Alright, guys. Let's see if this worked. Third time's the charm? Man, I hope so. We are back.
Hello, boys! I'm back!
Looks like it's not picking up the multiverse window right now. I wonder if it's because it's not done loading. Multiverse is loading right now. Yeah, that would be crazy. Can I hide it? Oh my gosh, no, we're still getting it. Man, I don't know, guys. And what's weird is my GPU, it's not even getting to 100%. Like, it's getting up to 86, 85. $90. Alright, I closed Chrome, which I normally like to leave open. Why is stream labels taking up my GPU? Alright, let me get into a mission, or let me get into the game and see if that improves it. Although, thanks to me restarting Twitch, it's gonna run the early ads here in about 1 minute and 40 seconds. This is really a bummer, guys. But we could start out with this ship, and I think this ship is another one you can start out with too. We have 31 pages, but not all of them are full. I unlocked this last night, the sodium cruiser. That was pretty cool. And I unlocked this one months ago when I was testing this out. The gathering cruiser. Yeah. And I think that's it. But yeah, there are tons of ships. And this is just slot A. There's slot B and slot C too. But those ones I definitely know are the only ones I've unlocked. I suppose we could just start with this one. The Mantis Bee with 4 Mantis. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, if that's the one I'm thinking of, that's probably my favorite ship. I think that's the one I really like. I always prefer a boarding strategy when I play. It's just one of the easiest ways to get the most scrap and all that. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's potentially my computer. It's just an older computer, guys. I've had this thing now for, oh gosh, 6 years, maybe going on 7. Oh yeah, yeah. Comcast isn't so hot. We don't have Comcast anymore, though. Yeah, we could rename the ship. What should we rename the ship as? I don't think there's like a. Yeah, there's not a randomizer for it. Yeah, give me some suggestions, guys. Because I'm not going to start for a couple minutes anyway. Friendship? I like it. That's not a pony ship. Yep. Oh, man. Forlorn Hope. Nice. It looks like my encoder likes this screen a little bit better. Full power. There we go. We got some good names. Those could be future ship names. Alright, about 1 more minute, guys. We'll listen to this really nice, relaxing music. So I played a run last night, and I got almost to the end, but I was playing it for hours, so we could potentially do like 1 run a stream, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, unless RNG goes really poorly, then we could do more than 1 run. But for me last night, it was a real struggle getting scrap. Vote Quimby? Nice. Yeah, if your RNG gets just right, you can have some pretty quick runs. Alright, we'll play on normal. Do you guys want to be named after, or have these people named after you? We could do that. Oh, nice, Dark. Clearly, they're not Simpsons fans. We have a human. Oh, I should be showing this off, by the way. We have multiple new races and variations of old races. So like this human, well, actually is kind of different than the OG. The skills improve slightly faster is normal, but takes less damage from the environment. Here we have orchids. The florals natively known as the... I don't know how to pronounce that. Citolier. Are a friendly species of mostly pacifist plants which can buff your crew and refill oxygen. So they refill oxygen in a room. They take 75% more damage from fire. Slightly reduced suffocation damage. And friendly crew in the same room gain 20% max health, repair speed, and healing speed. That's pretty nice to remember. And then this guy's Stormbringer. He's a Separatist NG. The Separatist NG have broken free from the control of the Harmony, a widespread program that controls the NG and encourages sameness. This guy has an active ability. You can toggle between nanite mode, where it ignores doors, resists mind control, and becomes damage resistant, but it cannot fight, repair, or heal. It also gets, or it has 0.75 times combat damage and 1.75 times repair speed and reduced suffocation damage. Yeah, I actually saved this guy using nanite mode last night. The crystal enemies are smart, and they went into a room with this guy and then used their like wall power and trapped him in there, and I was like, oh no. But he was able to get out. We start with Burst 1. This loadout's actually really nice. Burst 1, 1 power, charge time 12 seconds, shots per charge 12. It has a 10% fire chance. Clone base pretty nice, yeah. Pierce Laser Mark 1, required power 2, charge time 13 seconds, 10% accuracy bonus, shots per charge 2. The important thing, it has shield piercing 1. So no matter what, if it hits, it's going to do 1 damage. But if there's only 1 shield up, it pierces it. So that's really nice. But it does have a 30% chance to breach when it hits, which is really nice. And if you're cloaked, this weapon does not reduce the time that you're cloaked. And then we have an advanced navigator. It's, I think, essentially the same thing as long-range scanners. Oh, but you can jump to any previously visited beacon as well. Nice. Okay. You take a look at the distant swirls of space as the stars fly past. This is the beginning of the next chapter in your saga. What will await you next? Alright, we're going to proceed with our mission. Yeah, looks like it's the game just being too much for my encoder. Not too bad, though. Yeah. Yep, exactly, Crazed Harpooner. Before your mission begins, it might be time to prepare before you arrive at the warp bay. What would you like to do? So even at the very beginning of the game, Multiverse gives you all kinds of things to do. We're gonna keep our level at standard. But this kind of tells you like what everything does. So this is independent of the difficulty you start with, like easy, normal, hard. For standard, which is the way the mod was originally designed to be played, you start with 20 scrap and 12 fuel. The Rebel Elite at the end of the sector is a little bit weaker. Renegade mini-bosses will spawn with moderate strength and take scrap as tribute. The Traveling Merchant gives a small free gift in the drop point in Last Stand and drops a powerful energy shield augment if killed. Hey Sev, what's going on? Yeah, this is a heavily modded version though. Yeah, we have just a few pages of ships to unlock. Download the Federation database entries, yes. So now we can read about a bunch of stuff. It's like a way to be able to get information on how the mod plays. Remind ourselves about the mission. You, Captain, are now a central part of the largest known conflict in not just the galaxy, but the multiverse itself. After the conclusion of the original Federation civil war in Universe Zero, aka Vanilla. What? Cheap viewers.
Boo!
Man, it's been a while. Your home reality, the Galactic Federation defeated Admiral Vance and the Rebellion, securing their control over the galaxy. The Federation struggled with various other conflicts, most notably a Cold War between the dangerous Coalition Alliance endorsed by the Slug Kleptocracy, Mantis Hive, Rock Theocracy, and Irgen Republic. This conflict finally escalated into the invasion of Aquarian territory, resulting in heavy losses. After the Coalition's attack temporarily destabilized the Federation once again, Vance ran a covert operation from the Rebel stronghold to attempt to salvage the heavily protected ancient ruins that the Coalition had been seeking as well. All sorts of cheap offers, yeah. Though the full details are unknown, it is believed that among these ruins, Vance's team salvaged the first Multiverse drive, which he would reverse engineer and install on the remaining Rebel fleet. After a Federation raid on the Rebel stronghold, Vance and his men fled to Universe 1 and allied with the rebellion of that reality to overthrow the Federation. Universe 1 now acts as the center of the Interdimensional Rebellion's operations, while Universe 0 leads the counterattack. Fruitless as though it might be, both sides are now locked into a seemingly unending conflict, invading realities to secure the strength and survival of their own faction. Make no mistake, though the rebellion continues to perpetuate their title of a brave uprising, the rebellion is well beyond a simple insurrection. Though intel is sparse, it would appear Universe 1 has been transformed into a desolate, industrial dystopia fueling the eternal gears of war that seek nothing less than the total annihilation of the Federation and all non-human species. Man, that's dark. Yeah, for sure. The whereabouts of Universe 0 or U0 Vance are currently unknown, though sightings of suspicious movements of the privately trained MFK Ace Corps, undying loyal to Vance Prime, have been seen all around the multiverse. The MFK Aces will likely prove to be your greatest threat, along with the powerful redesigned flagship model dispatched to this reality to destroy the Federation base and secure a Rebel victory. Right, Chris? Yep. They're the 40k humans. This is where you get involved. As a renegade hired by the Federation, your goal is simple. Destroy the flagship, and it is highly unlikely the rebellion will be willing to dedicate any further efforts to capturing this reality. It's far more practical for them to divert the remaining rebel forces to a different reality. If you fail, it is certain the Federation of this reality will fall, and this will become just another piece in the rebels' arsenal of enslaved realities. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hope Dawn of War 4 is good as well. I'm hopeful for it. Yeah, Total War 40k looks good too. Alright. Proceed with our mission. We're at the Federation Multiverse drop point. It's friendly. The United Federation is the dominant faction. Threat level's medium. You're about to arrive at the nearest Federation warp bay, a structure acting as a beacon for traveling between universes. Alright. So at the start, we can grab a weapon, we can grab a crew, we can get some extra resources, or just start with what we have. I always start with another crew member, but I can see some other options being good too. Well, a weapon could be good, but this is actually a really good setup already. This is 4 laser shots, and this one pierces shields 1. So if you're facing a 1 shield ship, this can take out their shields by itself, allowing this shot, or this gun, to do damage as well. Get shag carpeting. And we gotta have a good looking ship. But we have 4 stations and only 3 people, which is why I like to get a crew member. Number 4 is the thing? Yeah, but why? But why do that? Oh, yeah, good point. 0 Williams. That's true. We're starting off, guys. Get the double dab in there. Yeah, I mean, it's so good to get a crew member now. Because right now, shields are not powered. Or ran. Yeah, man. We can also do something aboard the ship, which is something you can do, I think, on most jumps. And we could take a look, learn about the system and all that. Mission report. I mean, we kind of learned about that. There are all kinds of tasks you can do as well. We'll get into that later. If you ever thought you didn't have enough to do with scrap in vanilla, you have too much to do with scrap in this. So we can perform a task or salvage operation. If we had a mine launcher, we could lay traps. That would delay the fleet. We can run a salvage mission. You only do this once per sector, though, so you have to be careful. But I don't know if it matters where you do it. Maybe it matters like what systems you have or what crew you have. So yeah, you can survey the area, but you can only do it once per sector. And I think sometimes you find nothing, though it's different. But we're gonna say never mind. And you can repair your hull, which is more expensive than doing it at a store. And there are various different options you can get, but we don't need to repair, so it won't let us try it. Do nothing. Alright, we'll put this guy here. So Sev, you said you wanted a crew member. Anyone else? And what crew would you like? We have 2 humans. We have a flower guy and an NG. Yeah, here we go. Oh, you want the human? This guy's piloting this guy's shields. Doesn't matter which one. Yeah, Klingon. Dark, does it matter the name? Not really. I mean, I guess I could. Yeah, who gets the flower? Yep. We have the flower, and we have this other human. Alright. Does it matter the spelling, Chris? Space hippies. That's true, Dark. Alright, if anyone wants to flower at some point, let me know. But like this is all the same. And actually, we're gonna get a power bar right away. And this is all the same as well. Yep, it's a new race. It generates oxygen. No, I can't do that here because there's oxygen in the area. So we're just allowing oxygen in. So I do have a mod that if the med bay is powered and there's no danger, everyone just automatically heals. It's just a nice quality of life mod. That way you don't have to heal everyone yourself. If there's no danger, you're just kind of wasting time healing everyone. So it just does it for you. Alright, here we go. Some supply ships. A merchant. Let's see, we can't get this one in these 3. What I could do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that'll work. Here we go. Time to get blown up. Right. Yeah. And the mod's set up to where, like, if you leave a mission or if you leave a battle, it doesn't activate. You know, so you do have to have the time to be able to heal. Oh, that sucks, Dark. That's such a rough start, man. That's one of the bad things about the NG ships. There's a rebel ship here. The captain hails you, revealing themselves to have obnoxiously bright blue hair and a smug glare. Didn't expect to see me here, did you? Haha, that's right. I have returned. It wasn't easy tracking you through time and space, but now I will end you once and for all. Who are you? The rebel captain stutters. Huh? You don't remember me? It is I, your arch nemesis, Leia. Or Lee? I've heard this pronounced Lee before. The infamous Beam Master. Mwahahaha. You think you're so clever, always coming in to ruin my day. But I'm getting smarter. You won't beat me this time, biatch. Wow. It's a low-level threat. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Alright, so when you're getting ready for combat, you can do some last-minute things. You can repair one, you can build a missile, or you can build a drone part. Clearly we can't do any of those. Do something else instead. Nothing for now. So we're doing nothing. Oh, another cool thing that this mod has is you can tell people to go to certain squares. So that's pretty neat. Yeah, so piece of cake. Ah. So it sounded like a teleport happened, but it didn't. That's because these guys... Giant pain in the ass. These certain types of humans can teleport. Moments before death, you see... Is it Lee? Yeah. Yeah, and they can teleport onto enemy ships, which is pretty crazy. Leah. Oh, okay. Thank you. You see Leah whip out a teleporter recall button. This isn't the last time you've seen me, Federation scum. Leah warps away, leaving you utterly confused. Sounds about right. Okay, a couple stores. There's no point in going to this store, so we'll go to this one. Who? To no surprise, an MV rebel is accosting a nearby civilian store owner. Let's rescue the store. Prepare for combat. Oh. So many ships have teleporting in this mod. It's ridiculous. Like, the majority of the ships I ran into last night, I was defending teleporters. Yeah, I'm gonna stay cloaked, because otherwise I'm like blocking all the stuff. And there's really nowhere good for me to move. And I could try to move here, I guess, but I'm still gonna be blocking certain things. So yeah, I'll just stay in the background. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. Drone Bay would go here. Are you gonna make some coffee? Yeah, I can hold off for a sec. Check for emotional damage. Yep. Nothing for us to really do here. Yeah, I could do that, Crazy Star Booter. Oh, gotcha, Chris, gotcha. Fourth cup of the day? Nice, Seth. That would be funny, like, putting myself over here and then, like, flip my camera. And stop shooting myself. Let's fight. Hey, Neo Terraflare, how's it going? Oh, that's a pretty big fire. Well, this started off nice. Alright, so while we have someone shooting our engines, let's check out the store. So, a bunch of different weapons here. And of course, you know, different classes. Like this NG. I think this is what the vanilla NGs are like, if I recall correctly. TFTD comedy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and editing sounds for this. Here's a Rockman Outcast. So Outcast is a key word that can be used in this game. So like, I think that's a faction. And so you can have like Outcast members and like Federation. I saw a Klansman last night. And I was like, ugh. I don't know about that one. Yeah. So this guy, well, he has 160 max health, learns combat 25% faster. Combat damage increases by 5% for every Rockman in the room and 10% for every allied outcast in the room. So if you have a bunch of Rockmen outcasts in the same room, they're cranking out the damage. And you have Heretics, nice. Chrono, another Rockman outcast. Unfortunately, we don't have much money to buy anything. Bomb launcher. Looks like it's mainly just to do system damage and crew damage. But it is 30% more accurate. Chain heavy laser. Oh, that's nice. So it starts out with a charge time of 13 seconds, but every time it fires, it gets quicker. So you can cap it at 4 seconds. And it's only 1 power, which is pretty darn good, actually. Man, yeah, I'm kind of thinking of maybe... I don't think I have anything I can sell for that. That stinks, because that's a really good weapon. Amp laser. Potentially powerful laser whose power can be altered before or during a fight to change its damage output. So like mechanics like that are even introduced into the game. So initially it takes 2 power and it has a charge time of 6 seconds. Shoots once, but it does 2 damage. 60% breach chance, 40% stun chance. And the stun is 3 seconds long. Not sure if heresy. So that's pretty neat too. I think choices like this, the current power, is something that happens at the start of a fight. Man. So I'll spoil this one item. I got a augment last night called the Asphyxiator or something like that. And at the start of every mission, every battle, it asks, do you want to use this? And if so, how much power do you want to dedicate to it? And you could remove 1, 2, or 3 power from the enemy's oxygen system. And it's permanent, like they can't stop it. And so I was just like suffocating every ship I came up against. Like, I just survived long enough to suffocate everybody. And then I had a stun weapon. It was an ion cannon that, I think that was called the Asphyxiator. And it had like a 80 to 100% chance to breach the hull. But it didn't do like hull damage. So, man, I was just like, pow, right in the kisser. Can't breathe. Yep, so a crew teleporter, clone bay, bunch of auxiliary items. And then weapons of the day. These things are 33% off, but you don't know what you're getting. Oh, that's cool, Zero Fox. I hadn't seen those yet. Yeah, I was war criming really bad last night. Yeah, we don't really have anything to sell. Getting 27. I mean, I guess I could sell the Pierce to buy this. No, I think the Pierce would be better. Just because it has 2 immediate shots. And it pierces shields. This is a good weapon, though. All right. Get a quick repair in. A small escape pod is adrift at this location. Judging from the markings, this pod originated from some multiversal equivalent of Earth. Someone likely had to abandon their universe and wound up at the drop point. There's no sign of a ship that this pod may have ejected from. However, before you can pick it up, a rebel intercepts. This human will no doubt make a fine recruit for the rebel cause. Alright, we're gonna get some training in right here. We're probably gonna take some damage though. Nice. Exactly. Yeah, there's just so much equipment. Alright, we'll just end it. There was not Zero Fox. At least not that I detected. Alright, cool. We got some resources. Should we take the pod, guys? If we get rid of it, I guess it'd be a podcast, right? It's not a sectopod. Take the pod. Man. The resident of the pod is surprised, as they didn't expect to end up in this universe. You explain your mission, but the human inside seems hesitant to get involved in this conflict without learning more. They request to be dropped off at a nearby colony. Alright. We either skip a supply or the merchant. The 7 would take us here, and that would be behind enemy lines. Probably better to get the supplies, to be honest. Yeah, that's true too. The human thanks you for delivering them to a colony. This timeline seems more stable than the one I came from, at least. I might join your cause, but give me some time to think about it. In the meantime, I have a reactor core that I hope you will find useful. Cool. Upgraded reactor. Heck yeah. Alright. Attack the pirates. Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything. Let's fight! Loki, nice. Oh my gosh. Well, my streams are somewhat limited, but we could use this as a training ship. But I kind of don't want to take the time to do that, because then if I'm reading everything, or most things, I really don't have the time. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we could play in fast mode. Faster! Alright, here we have a slug clansman. It can deploy an anti-bio bomb that damages all nearby crew in the room, but becomes immobile, and hidden temporarily. Takes 0.9 times damage from crew combat, and movement's reduced to 0.85. But can we play at ludicrous speed? That might be a different mod. Here's a leech. Slightly less health, drains 1 power bar from any enemy system in the current room, but it cannot limit piloting. Max health reduced to 90. Stun for 1.5 times the usual duration, and regenerates 6.4 hit points a second if unharmed for 5 seconds. These guys are a pain when they get into your ship. I had like 2 or 3 in a room once, and I was like, what's going on? Yeah, maybe I should look into getting that mod for future streams. And use it just specifically for training. Yeah, I know. That'd be really nice. We'll just get up to level 1. Yeah. Does it? Three more dodges, please. Oh, nice. One more dodge. There we go. Agree to their compromise and split the supplies? Mr. Freddy, man. I said Freddy. I'm like, who's Freddy? No, we refuse. Yeah, that's a good point, Lawman. Got him. Cool. So we got this from that ship, and then we're gonna salvage this. All right, not bad. We got stuff.
To have money.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we'll hit the merchant and not both supplies. Oh, hey Tony, sorry I missed your message. Good morning. Cool. Let's go ahead and run a salvage mission. Why not? Okay, we found 2 fuel. I appreciate it. Several Union civilian vessels have landed on a nearby moon around a Federation Multiverse warp bay. You can see crowds gathering, but you aren't sure why. Let's investigate. The civilians appear to be protesting, gathering in large groups and holding up signs. It appears the crowd is against the use of multiverse travel, thinking it endangers their way of life. The Federation soldiers hold their ground and try to fend off the civilians, but it appears the situation is getting heated. So we could attack the Union vessels, we can send in a team to try to assist, or we could just leave. Yeah, they're not necessarily wrong. Although I'm wondering if we send someone in, if someone dies. 3. Just head on out. Risk it for the biscuit? Uh-oh. Alright, we have 1 for 3. And 1 for... Which one, Sev? One for 2. Uh-oh. 2 is leading right now, guys. Alright, to it. By the time your crew arrive, the situation has already escalated. They managed to rescue one of the Federation staff, a medical unit who was caught in the crossfire, and bring them back to the ship. Unfortunately, it seems a few of the protesters noticed and have followed you back to the ship. Cool, so we got a local doctor. But we have intruders.
I want drugs now.
Ooh, a Zoltan and an NG. Wow. Run, flower dude. Got him. Yay, we're the oppressors. Alright, so we have a human medic. Heals all nearby allies. Regenerates 3.2 hit points a second if unharmed for 15 seconds. Holy cow. Inflicts halved damage in crew combat. Learns combat slower. Okay, I don't... Oh, I probably have to activate the ability. There we go. That's what it is. Yeah, that's a neat ability. But you have to activate it. Alright, make the door stronger. A harm assist? The doctor's cool? Yeah. Yeah, good doctor. Alright, let's refresh that real quick. Stranger, good to see you. Have some scrap on the house. Now that's out of the way. Care for a trade? 16 scrap and an Artemis heavy missile. Wow. Yeah, look at this. 7 shields and some kind of like super shield. Slug repair gel, energy shield, energy bypass, resistant rooms, high level threat. Attack. Do you sell some resources? Oh, I don't need to sell that stuff. See what he's offering. Oh gosh, okay. The Tyke missiles? Let's see, break time in about 2 minutes, guys. Requires no power, but it recharges in 15 seconds, uses 1 missile, plus 10% accuracy. Does 2 damage. Fire chance 10%, reach chance 10%, but adjusted 9%, and stun chance 10%. Yeah, absolutely. Pegasus Burst Missile requires 1 power, charge time 6 seconds. But you can charge it up to 3. I don't know if each charge takes a missile. Oh no, it says down there in the text, you only need 1 missile to fire. So if you charge it up to 3, you fire 3 missiles for the price of 1. Now that's not bad. And the Percy's Shrapnel Missile. It's a devastating missile. Required power 3, charge time 19 seconds. Does 3 damage. Breach chance 50%, stun chance 50. And it does damage to adjacent rooms. So that's pretty nice. But it doesn't affect diagonal rooms. So it's just like up, down, left, right. Yeah, so I mean that's pretty decent. Now we have ballistics, but we'll get into that after the break because that's coming up now. So guys, give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for your patience. I got you, Zero Fox. I was figuring that's what the case was. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I noticed, like, certain things have to be done in a certain order with this mod. Alright, the particle bomb. It's a self-teleporting explosive. Wow, system damage 4, fire chance 70%. 30% accuracy bonus, that's pretty cool. And it can target your own ship. Irradiation bomb. Does no hull or system damage, but deals a lot of bio damage and cripples crew temporarily. So, crew damage 90. Breach chance 30%, affliction chance 100%. Let's see. Radiation weapons deal significant crew damage and weaken crew that are hit for 10 seconds. Afflicted targets will move and repair 66% slower and will be stunned 75% longer. The compactinator. Yeah, that weapon would be awesome hitting the oxygen system. Yeah, that's a heck of an upgrade. 99,999 scrap. Yeah, we'll mod that in. And then the the Nephthys mine launcher provides 1 fleet delay for 3 missiles at empty beacons. Shot limit 8. Shot radius 40. Shots per charge 2. So I would imagine this is something that you let it charge, and it can go up to 8, and then you just let it go. I think I had something like this used against me last night, and it was very effective. Yeah, not too shabby. I don't know if I'm really a fan of these weapons, though. The particle bomb's super nice, taking out like shields or something. And good fire chance. The heck of a charge, though, and it takes 2 power. But do we want to have to worry about missiles? Conservative missile? Yeah. I mean, it requires no power. I can see that. You know, and it can be like a backup weapon. We don't necessarily need to use it all the time. Bye. Oh, I could show you repairing the hull. So because we have an NG, we can use 7 drone parts to recover 7 hull. If we had 55 scrap, we could recover 15 hull. Or we could do a small amount of scrap, which is 18 or 5. Not exactly sure how they're calculating this without using decimals, but it is what it is. But you can only do one thing per jump. You can't like keep using this. Because actually I think this is more efficient by 1 scrap if you were to do it 3 times. Yeah, it's definitely super nice if you're in a sector with few stores. Because repairing, I think, is 2 or 3 scrap, but those options are typically like 4 or 5. Alright, we've reached the end of the first step of our journey. However, it appears we're not alone. The rebel fleet must have sent one of their fighters after us. Looks like you've stumbled into my ambush. Die. What do we want to do? Let's do nothing. And let's get boarded again. Oh, punk. Well, you're dead. How much damage is this? I think the ship blows up before the crew's considered dead. Let's test it. Space will be ours. Yeah. Holy crap! You successfully defeated the rebel ship. You now have some time to do something else on the ship. We got 16 scrap and a particle collider Mark 1. Holy. Do nothing. Alright, what is this thing? Modified particle technology that trades its usual fire-starting attributes to do crew damage and apply debuffs. Required power 1, charge time 8 seconds. Ooh, shots per charge 2. Does 1 system damage and 15 crew damage. Breach chance 10%, affliction chance 100%. That's the spirit. Oh yeah, it's always so much better to kill the crew. Yeah, it looks like this doesn't do hull damage, it just does system damage. Man, we're still at one shield, though. We're gonna have to be careful. Okay, so it only has one charge. Alright, free Mantis outreaches or liberated quarter? One or two, guys. We have peaceful or neutral. Yeah, this ship's slightly expensive to get to level 2 for shields. Alright, we have a 2. Another 2. 2 2s. Nice, Sev. Yeah, that's a good point, Bjorn. Peace is for the weak. So neutral. Alright. You've entered hyperspeed. Your multiverse drive is still charging. It can take months for it to be ready for the next reality jump, but your mission here isn't over yet anyways. While in hyperspeed, you have several options. You can proceed to your next sector or do something aboard the ship first. Alright, let's learn. Ugh, okay, there's a lot to do here. So, what are locations of interest? Locations of interest have been marked. Some don't have that. What does exclamation mark represent? In sector names, it means there are unique variants. On beacons, it denotes important locations or quests. How do I reroute locations? Okay. Yeah, special sectors can only be visited once. What's the rebel threat level? Sectors with a higher threat level have a larger concentration of rebels, but it also represents the chance of encountering an MFK ace. Okay. What are fleet types? See, there's auto. Rather than elite rebels, you will encounter strong auto ships instead. There's no chance for an ace to spawn. Neutral. Additional Federation backup will be supplied with a neutral ASB. Aces can spawn if the threat level permits. Yep, and that's it. Okay, so the dominant faction is NG Separatists. So this should be a pretty decent sector, I think. The Separatists aren't huge friends to the Federation after they were refused support against the oppressive Harmony, trying to stifle them. However, they usually like to keep to themselves and hopefully won't be too much issue. Yep, and we have one of those crew. This is no regular NG sector. Liberated by the Specialists, the NG Harmony no longer holds control over the sector. Ever since the Federation publicly refused to aid the Separatist efforts, the two factions have remained lukewarm. Hey, we unlocked new music. Do something. No, I'm not going to run salvage for now. Interesting. Oh, here we go. This is what I was trying to show you guys, but I thought it was in the other menu. So we can actually install things now. We can install an internal upgrade. So we can install something from all of these. Like, right now, we can gather more scrap as long as we install this arm for 50 scrap. We have these other arms we can do as well. If you select it, it tells you what it does before you buy it. So that's something to keep in mind with all these like extra systems. If you want to see what it does, select it, and you won't buy it until you actually say buy this. So actually getting this arm soon would probably be a good idea. But there's like all kinds of neat things too. Shields. Like you can install this ion field, so there's 50% chance you ignore ion damage. Gotta spend scrap to make scrap, exactly. But we need shields level 4 first. There's also an onboard lab. We can install the lab for this cost, or if we upgrade our med lab to 2, then we can install it for free. Which says right here, actually, yeah. But the onboard lab lets you upgrade your crew to do special things, which is pretty neat. Primary modifications. So you have a primary and a secondary modification, but once you do one, it's done for that race. So you have to really know what you want. But again, this costs scrap. So this mod really limits what you can do because everything costs scrap. So you have to find a way to really earn scrap. Do we need meld for the modifications? No, we don't need meld. So that's pretty neat. But yeah, we'll upgrade the med lab soon, so we can get this for free. But like last night, I don't think I modified anyone. You know, the scrap must flow. Exactly. Can we turn crew members into scrap? That's a good question. I doubt it. But I can't say no, because I don't know. Yeah, I think I have seen that. You can turn the Zoltan into +2 energy instead of +1. But we're going to do nothing for now. So you're saying there's a chance. Forge Master. So this is another mod I have installed. I've yet to really use anything the Forge Master's offered because I didn't have the scrap for it. But the Forge Master can really help you get some powerful items. So we'll head up and take a peek real quick. So we need to see him now? Gotcha. Alright, thank you. Alright, so this has a drone booster. No oxygen system. So that means we're not going to be able to suffocate the crew. And the enemy is automated. So we can't do a crew kill. Let's try to communicate with this guy. Alright, we try to communicate. He's not responding. Essentially, Pope. Yeah, the Forge Master is something that you really need to be rich to use. Let's attack. Don't need to do anything last second. Well, that doesn't look friendly. Ooh, yeah, get those shields up. Ooh. Okay, so the collider does do system damage. Nice. Got him. Cool. So we got some scrap and stuff. What? Murder bot dispersal? What is that? You prepare to move on when a squeaky, high-pitched voice speaks from behind you. You turn around to see a gray cloud of nanobots floating in random directions around the room. Outcome, wonderful. Appreciation, maximum. Sarcasm, 100%. You have destroyed my ship. Now I have no choice but to integrate myself with yours. Uh-oh. Boarders take damage over time on your ship at a rate of 2.7 hit points per second. The name makes it sound a lot more violent than it is. Okay. I was afraid we were going to be taking damage. What could possibly go wrong? The ship's infected, but in a good way. Yeah, that's actually pretty neat. Combine that with suffocation and we're good. Ah, of course there's a store there. Nice. We suggest you avoid the auto ship. It is broken. You notice a separatist ship that hailed you hiding behind some large asteroids, as well as the Zoltan-made auto ship barreling towards you. Can't touch this. Piece of cake. Let's see, actually I don't need that there anymore. The separatists let out something that sounded like a robotic laugh. Good, I see why others get much enjoyment out of watching gladiatorial combat. They jump away, leaving you with the wreck of the auto ship. All ones, baby. Ooh, distress link. A harmony link, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's cutting it pretty close. If I get a double jump in one of these, that's not good. Let's just head out. Hey, Astral. Yeah, that's what I'm told. but I've yet to really experience it. The store at this beacon holds an unusual sight. A theocracy vessel hovering within sensor range of a Lost Sun's outpost. Despite what you'd expect, neither of them are charging weapons, and you detect comm chatter between the two. So this ship has rock plating, which grants a 17% chance to resist hull damage from your weapons. And that's what this is indicating here. If we were to have this, it would show up right here, I believe. Let's listen in. I told you, our supplies are running thin. We won't make it to Asylum before they run out. We've already forsaken the Elder's teachings. Why must we prove ourselves to you? It's not a matter of proving yourselves. It's a matter of resources. This outpost wasn't made to hold refugees, and I'm not authorized to give out supplies without payment. You would knowingly send us away without enough fuel to reach our destination? How can you call yourselves liberators? Every ship we send to our shelters could be a spy for the theocracy, and yet we tell them where to go. Time and time again. You still have better odds out there than if you had stayed on the homeworld. So we can give them enough fuel for them to get to their destination, which is 7, or we can tune out and continue to the store. Should we help, guys? 1 is help, 2 is ignore. Help? No, that's 2 for help. I'm good with that. What could go wrong? Are we the good guys? Pope, of course we're the good guys. Love the Simpsons reference there as well, Sev. Alright, let's help. You announce your intentions to both parties, then jettison a container of fuel towards the refugee ship. They're hesitant, but soon move to collect it. A few moments later, you receive a call from their captain. Oh boy. I don't know what we could have done without you. Here, take this. It's dangerous out there. Or it's dangerous to go alone. Yeah, there we go. We weren't eager to sell off our weapons for fuel to someone who clearly didn't trust us, but I suppose we could use all use a bit more trust out here. Nice. Let's see, do we want to do something? Nah. Real quick, let's see what that weapon does. Chain energy. So it gets quicker with every volley. It's requires power 3 though. But it does do 1 hull damage and 1 ion damage. Astral Spectre, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So it starts out at 15 seconds and it gets as fast as 7. And it shoots 2 shots per charge. 3 power is kind of tough. But could be nice. Betray them? Alright, so we're not using the Artemis missiles. We're probably not using chain energy. It's kind of expensive right now. Alright, so they have Phaser Mark 1. It pierces all shield lasers, dealing ion damage for the first layer of shields, as well as an additional damage to whatever system it hit. So it's 1 power, charge time 11 seconds, shots per charge 1. But it goes through all shields. And that's pretty darn nice. The Corbin Rad Beam. Does heavy crew damage and weakens enemy crew. Oh man, this has a chain to it. So it's power 2, initial charge time 17 seconds, but after 3 shots it gets down to 6.5. Crew damage 60, shield piercing 1, reach chance 30%, affliction chance 100%. That's pretty nice. Would save up for a Forged Master? Ah, okay. A gasoline bomb. Douses the crew and drones in gasoline. Makes them they take 4 times damage from fire and move 30% slower for 20 seconds. Afflicted targets start fires if they die during the effect. Oh my gosh. Doesn't need a missile. Required power 1. Charge time 12 seconds. 30% bonus accuracy. So its downside is it doesn't require missiles, but it's a longer charge. Nice, Pope. That's kind of a cool weapon, actually. Especially when conflicts get heated. Alright, so crew teleporter, clone bay, some drones. We have the Hellraiser. Required power 3, drone speed 12, 80% fire chance. Oh, this can switch between fire and anti-haul modes. So if we want to do hull damage, we can. Or we can do fire damage. But we don't have a drone system for it. There's the extinguisher drone. It puts out fires and drains oxygen. And then the defense Mark 1. Well, it can shoot at all projectiles, not just missiles. Yeah, I mean, we can switch to clone bay. Not a bad idea. No, we don't have a teleporter yet. Yeah. My concern about getting this, unless we don't have anything to sell. We're still looking at 1 shield right now. But this would be nice to have in case something bad happens. And I somehow can't get one of our crew out of the trouble. Yeah. That's true. Medic can help out with healing. Yeah, sure, why not? Bye, Corbin. Or gasoline bomb. Alright, we need 50 scrap for another shield. Oh, also, you can toggle stuff in this mod. So like crew drones, you can enable them to automatically do things like repair and all that. Oh, I didn't notice, or I didn't test that. Maybe this is even quicker than what we had before. Oh, doesn't look like it. Looks like it's the same speed. I think. Maybe it is quicker. Alright, we'll test that out. Hey, Mackenzie, what's going on, man? There it is. Alright, we're heading up to the Forge Master. Oh, shoot. I forgot that. Yeah, there we go. An enraged separatist hails you. Problem. You have accidentally stepped on lifelong friend of mine in microscopic state. Solution? Die. Okay, so we can suffocate this crew. Oh, nice. Got him. Hey, sounds good, Mackenzie. Going to window shop, yeah. Alright. Killing the crew of the Separatist ship almost feels like cheating, but you aren't complaining. Almost. Oh ho, my lad. Do come in, do come in. What is it you've brought for me today? Here, take this subspace identifier. You should be able to contact me in the future and have a small token of my friendship. 21 scrap. That's a big beam weapon. Like, this is kind of ridiculous. Yeah. it's so silly. He's got some crazy upgrades. Yeah. High level threat. Attack! Okay. So he sells crafting components, modular hull section. We can check forge recipes. Browse collection of relics. Let's take a look at that real quick. We take a look at the dimly lit room where several objects of odd character rest on metallic plinths. This is the quest hub for Forge Master. In future updates, you will be able to obtain sector-specific quests from Alistair here. From now on, there is one available in the Free Mantis sector, and also a second one somewhere else. Show me what you have to craft for me. Yeah, so here's where you can look at a whole bunch of things for him to craft. But you need specific things, and I almost guarantee we have none of those. Yeah, future updates. Yeah, soon. Yeah. And unfortunately, you can't really see what the items are unless you can actually build them. But pretty nice. See, modular hull. So we can install a modular hull. Right. Yeah, let's install it. Ooh, but it is an augment, so it does take up our last slot. Yeah, or you could just check the wiki. But we do get a 5% resistance to our hull. And that I did see that happen a few times last night. Yeah, this one would be better if we had the scrap for it. Which I don't... Let's see. Yeah, we really can't sell for it, unfortunately. Alright, so he has a Frost Laser Mark II. 3 power charge time of 16 seconds, but it shoots 4 times. Does 1 hull damage and 1 system damage, but it locks down a room for 3 seconds when it hits. Can I come back later? So I think at the starter end of every sector, you can talk to him. Like you can call him and he can do stuff for you. So yeah, this is definitely an interesting weapon. The Dirk, it can only hit 1 room but does 2 damage. So it's a beam weapon that is tiny. Takes 12 seconds. The Ares Heavy Missile. 3 power, 17 seconds. Does take 1 missile, 1 shot per charge. 4 hull damage though. Fire chance, breach chance, stun chance. You have a Scythe? Or Scythe? Scythe. I think it's Scythe. Yeah, near instantaneous swipe, which is pretty cool. Beam length 120. So it's pretty big. Scythe? Yeah, that's right. The Tri-Ion. That's actually pretty neat. Required power 2, charge time 11 seconds, but 3 shots. That's pretty nice. There is a shot radius, though. So it's almost like a flak weapon, except it's ion. But 11 seconds is pretty quick for 3 shots. And then Flak Gun Mark IV. Holy cow. 8 shots, shot radius 60, but 4 power and 17-second charge time. It's pretty devastating once it finally shoots. What's on page 2? Alright, Anti-Hull 2. Required power 2, charge time 15, 3 shots. Does double damage to systemless rooms. Yeah, Ion Barrage Mark II. We're pretty familiar with this gun. Anti-Hull. Oh, another Anti-Hull Mark II. We have Plated Rockmen. So they're slightly different than the Rockmen we've seen before. 120 health, takes 27% less damage, 45% less suffocation damage, moves at 0.6 speed, but it repairs at 1.5, which is pretty good. 1.3 times melee damage, 0.75 range damage, 0.7 sabotage. Extinguishes fires quickly, reduce stun damage, or duration, immune to fire. It has an active ability. It repairs 1 hull damage and 4 system damage to the current room, and it heals itself for 20. Refills on a jump. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I don't think I've seen these Rockmen before. So, essentially 1 free hull repair every jump. A plated shell. 100 health, takes 30% less damage in combat, moves at 0.7 speed, and repairs at 1.3. Does 1.4 times damage, 1.2 times sabotage. Quick fire extinguishing. Reduce stun, reduce fire damage. Its active ability damages enemies for 15 hit points and gives itself an array of buffs for 15 seconds. Makes room immune to system damage for 15 seconds. That's pretty nice too. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Page 3. Some drones. Combat Drone Mark II. Switch between lasers and beams. Just moves faster. Pestilence Drone. So you can toggle between radiation or debuff. Let's see. Rad mode does decent bio damage and creates breaches, while debuff mode stuns and reduces health for 10 seconds. That's pretty nice. Manager Drone, a controllable utility drone that can interface with systems, has 100 HP, 1.2 times movement speed, provides power to occupied system, can man systems at level 2 skill level. Requires 0 power though, that's pretty cool. But it does require a drone part. Yeah, so this guy has some cool stuff. Nothing we can really buy though. Or nothing I want to buy right now. Attack while his guard is down. That'll work out. So review recipes. They vary from 70 scrap to well over 200. He suggests bringing at least 100 every time. Yeah, and he gives you a warning, do not craft while over capacity, because you will lose the weapon. Oh, yeah, we've already done this part. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately we can't really get anything from him for now. But I do want to upgrade shields. Alright, so we have 2 shields now. Okay, well that was pretty cool. Yeah, 25% resist. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Alright, we can do 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, we can still get to this distress beacon. We need a lot more scrap. An NG ship hails you, though their camera has been turned off. Federation, we request aid in search for traders. We require supplies. We're gonna use our option here with our separatist crew. Not long after your separatist contacts them, the NG ship turns its cameras on, revealing that they are indeed separatist NG. Federation, it would seem that our goals may be currently compatible. Would you be willing to make an exchange? We assure you that it would benefit both of our interests. So they wanted to give us a murder bot dispersal as well. Sorry. Yeah, they're dismayed, but they'll be alright. Attack! Break time in just under 2 minutes, guys. Captain, you should have known this was a fake distress beacon. The differing micro-oscillations and gamma node frequencies are a dead giveaway. Given that you failed to observe them, it follows that you must be an individual of low IQ. Wow. Therefore, leaving me no choice but to eradicate you. Do not worry, the universe will not miss your underwhelming intellect. So he's in nanite mode, which means he doesn't need oxygen. But I think we can still crew kill him. If we could hit. Nice shot. Luckily, the only true threat the separatist ship poses in terms of crew is their crew drones. You've made quick work of them. Yeah. There we go. Now we're back up to 24%. Nice. Guys, it's time for a short break, so give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for your patience. All this talking has my mouth pretty dry. Alright, let's see what Harmony has to say. Holy cow. It appears you've discovered a Harmony link. These massive planet-sized structures are made up of trillions of nanobots and transmit a strong signal to all the NG in the sector. However, it appears this one is no longer functional, likely sabotaged by the Separatists when they took control of the sector. Oh, hey! A suzerain ship? Suzerain? Is waiting near the beacon, likely hunting for NG. Federation, we recommend staying away unless you want to become next prey. No luck? Uh-oh. We can ask if they have slaves, or we can attack, or we can ignore. Oh, interesting. Okay. One? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Go for the attack. Looks like they have some kind of gun. And then a beam weapon. But we have 2 shields. So I think we'll be safe from that. They do have a teleporter, though. So... we only have cloning, we don't have healing. I figured as much, yeah. Attack! Actually, you stay there. Get the NG involved. Oh. Alright, so it doesn't matter where this shoots. Oh, wrong one. But it worked out. Alright, we're doing pretty well. Alright, let's fix that up. We're gonna see... Actually, here. Suffocate. Hey! Alptron, how's it going? Remember to like this video and subscribe. And both on Twitch and YouTube. See what I did there? Yeah. Good luck, Mantis. Looks better than mine. They do have a really cool looking ship. You've managed to take down a powerful Hive elite and their ship, and now the remains are yours to scrap. It seems the cargo of the Mantis elite ship survived the fight. Inside is a functional weapon which you bring back on board. Hey, it's a shrapnel bomb. We saw that before. That's pretty neat. I could see that potentially replacing the Taish. Flak bomb? Kind of, yeah. Except I think it automatically does adjacent room damage. Like it doesn't show a circle. It hits the room and then does adjacent damage automatically. At least that's how I think it works. I've yet to use a weapon like that. Yeah. As long as we don't double the fleet's movement, we should be alright. Though separatists usually prefer isolation, a rare example of a separatist colony is hosted on a nearby planet. The distress beacon appears to be originating from the planet's surface. Let's contact them. Greetings and welcome, stranger. Consider yourself now welcome. We have a request. We have recently been infected by deadly virus. Casualties are over 1/4 of population. Can you assist? Yeah, let's send our separatist crew down. Your NG is sent down to the planet where they successfully manage to find the source of the virus and purge it from some of these separatist systems. Once they're sure of how to do it on their own, they give the NG a gift to bring back to the ship. Wow. Voltage drone. Controllable utility drone that provides significant amounts of power to any system it couples with. However, the drone will also steadily lose health over time until it explodes. Use with caution, as its explosion is more volatile than other drones. Provides 6 power? Holy cow. It has 75 HP, loses 1 HP per second. Explosion does 4 system damage though, with a 10% chance to start a fire. Completely immune to stun, cannot be healed. Oof. That's a lot of power. Jeez. So you pay 1 power and 1 drone part, and you get 6 power. You just have to remember to move it. Yeah, that's pretty neat. The downside is if you get used to that power, or if you build around it, and then it's gone. That's tough. My guess is you can. Or you can move it to like a non-system space and just let it explode there. So like, you know, like I could power weapons and then move it here, let it explode, and then, you know, kill the fire that way. That's my guess. I've obviously not used that one before. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we don't have a drone system, so we don't know it anyway yet. You find an abandoned separatist ship in orbit around the moon. There are obviously, or absolutely, no signs of activity on the ship whatsoever. Ah, should we board it, harvest it, or leave it alone? 1, 2, or 3. Blow it up. It does have 2 weapons. This is a laser. That might be stun. Alright, we have 3 2s and a 1. It looks like 2 is the option.
It's a trap.
Deadpool. Uh-oh. 3 2s and 2 1s. Alright, blow it up. Destroying the ship is going to decrease the yield considerably, but it was safer. Yeah, could very well be a trap. Got him. Oh, nice. Ooh, a Federation store. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, that's nice. Alright, we're hailed by a separatist ship who begins to speak a great deal about the works of some dead guy named Shakespeare. Shakespeare? Who's that? He suddenly stops his speech abruptly and attacks. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh man, the nanobots, the murder bots even do damage to those guys too. Shakespeare? Nice. That would have been funny. No drones for you. I like this battle music for this. This is pretty neat. Sorry. Yeah. Actually, it could be a reference to Star Trek 6. Good call. Yeah. The death of a few separatists may be insignificant, but it's still another ship of the NG that you just slaughtered. At least you get some scrap out of it. Alright, some pretty good fuel. Yeah, the scrap's pretty nice too. Alright, let's dodge a little bit better. 32%. Although now we don't have scrap for this, but that's okay. Oh, if we volunteer... Oh, that's so good. But then I bet you that's going to advance the fleet. And we don't have time for that. It was self-defense. Alright, we'll access the market. Okay, energy cannon. You can try it for science? Possibly. Mutagen bomb? Deals 2.3 times damage in crew combat. Cannot repair or heal. Oh, it's a self-teleporting stimulant unit that temporarily mutates the crew it hits, changing them into a terrifying mutant for 15 seconds. Nice. We knew this run well. Yeah. And then particle beam. There's a shortcut key for this. Oh, doesn't help anyway. The one thing I don't like, and I don't know if it's this mod or if it's in vanilla, but having this tooltip show up, it blocks the text over here. Oh, it's the forge. Yeah, so like you have to keep moving your cursor to be able to read what's over there. Did you mean to spell it Rouge? I have a feeling you meant Rogue. Rogue would be pretty nice. 40% fire chance. But dang, total system damage too. Oh, this doesn't do hull damage. Nice. It's all good, man. It's all good. Some crew down here. We do have some things we could sell if we want. Crew teleporter. We could buy a med bay. Improved armories. Outfits your crew with superior firearms, adding 30% extra damage in ranged crew attack. Nice. Long-range scanners we already have. Magnetic payload. Single-use combat augment that can be deployed before combat to deal 4 damage to an enemy system of your choice, as well as against their hull. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things we could upgrade our ship with instead of using an augment. The Moulin Rouge would lift spirits too. You're not wrong. Yeah, I think we'll skip that and we'll skip that. I don't know. Do we want crew? Mantis would be nice for self-defense. Mutagen bomb would be hilarious. You didn't, Pope? Oh, man. I know, Chris. So many augments, so few slots. Yeah, it really stinks. Put him on door duty? Actually, I would put him on scanner duty so that the medic can stay on doors, and that way the doors stay upgraded while the Mantis runs around and fights things. Because as soon as I took the Mantis off doors, until we upgrade them, they can then move through doors. And we'd want to try to suffocate them and stuff. Yeah, we'll get that guy. Alright. I think that's good for now. You've arrived at the long-range beacon. When the FTL drive is charged, you can jump to the next sector. Hey, let's explore. Oh, dang. Life jackets. When any enemy crew are below half health, they will gain double movement, healing, and door-breaking speed, as well as halved hazard damage. Interesting. A critically damaged civilian carry ship is nearby. Scans show their life support is beyond non-functional and they won't live long. Try to dock or skip it. Get those slaves. We have cloning. I don't think there's anything that's going to stop us from being able to clone our guys if we get a bad roll. Yeah, 1. Yeah, I agree. 3 1s. Let's dock. We get 10 free crew, right? I wish. I did see there's a mod that lets you get more than 8 crew. I was considering getting that mod, but I kind of felt maybe that's too broken. You can temporarily get too much crew, or too many crew, but I think like at the end of the combat or whatever, you have to drop someone to get down to 8. It appears the civilians didn't survive. Though whether the lack of oxygen or the explosion was the culprit, you aren't sure. You scrap what little remains of the ship and move on. We tried, guys. Oh, nice. Alright. Next sector. Okay, liberated settlements or outcast rimworlds? We recycled their bodies to scrap. So neutral or peaceful? Dibs on the fluffy jammies. Well played. Oh man. Meets premium stuff in space. Go neutral? Yeah, if we go neutral, that allows us access to this unidentified hazard sector. If we go peaceful, we have to go to the hostile sector. Alright, so we have 2 for neutral, 1 for... 3 for neutral, okay. We go into Dukes of Hazzard? Heck yeah. Alright, we'll go to Liberated Settlements. It's settled. We'll still have access to the hostile sector this route anyway. Use a jump speed augment. We can contact Alistair, but we don't have the scrap for it really, so I think it'd be a waste to contact him. Because he recommends at least having 100 scrap, and we're pretty far from that. Alright, proceed. Okay, another separatist section, so should be pretty good. We poor. Yep. Okay, so here's another Harmony link. And that's all we see so far. Plenty of jumps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay, we can't do that many jumps because 11 is going to put us behind the lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. We just kind of bounce through here. Alright, let's see what's at this link. Oh gosh, so this one has 3 shields now. I think we can still do it though. Attack! Ugh, of course they're teleporting. Alright, so we're gonna want the type to fire here. Yeah, put out that fire. There we go. Enjoy. Oh, I forgot to disable this guy. Psych. Really? Wait, what did we hit? Man. Alright, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Wow. That's dark. But I like it. Yeah, that would have been entertaining. And we could have done some training, I think. You managed to take down a powerful... Okay, yeah. A breach bomb. Well, well, well. Alright, teleporting weapon. Plus 30% accuracy. 100% breach chance. It's only 1 power. Yeah, that's not bad. Doesn't do hull damage, but it does 2 system damage. 30 crew. It's a 14-second charge time. So we would have to gain 1 more power to use it. But it's more accurate than this Tyke missile. It's something to consider later on. 6, 7, 8, 9. Phantoms have taken control of the ship. Let's assist. No oxygen. But I think we could still use the collider to take care of them. I see. Oh, nuts. Yeah. They made it too difficult. We had to kill them. Oh, wow. Hey! Welcome to the team. Skittles crew. Very nice. Alright, okay, you could take over there, and we could have this guy, I guess, stay right there. Now we have someone on sensors, too. Oh, yeah. Super invisible. Or I could do, Ah! I'm everywhere. Federation assisting enemies of Harmony? Dilemma. Federation ship must be eliminated. Nebula's reduced visibility? Exactly. Nah. We're good. Holy cow. What is that? What? That thing just shoots drones? Oh, I need that.
Holy Jesus. What is that?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Alright, calm down there. Alright, good. It is limited. Alright, we need to disable... Let's try that. Ooh. Do we accept their surrender or battle to the death? I think with that breach, I can use the collider to finish it. Destroy them. They have 1 HP. Oh, yeah, the collider. If it takes these down to 0, I think that does hull damage. Oh, let's test it. No, it doesn't. Cool. Yes, focus on the shields. Slow down your shooting there. Oh no! What? Stupid drone. We got chunked there. Holy cow. Yeah, we're getting pretty banged up for sure. We did it. We got some scrap and a Defender drone Mark 1. Was it worth it? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Definitely no. Yeah, probably. Though no ship is located at this beacon, a single separatist NG beams onto the bridge of your ship. He wastes no time to ask if he may scan your body, wishing to shape his form in the shape of yours. We'll encourage him to scan the NG. It's all about the scrap. You wish for me to become identical to my current state? I fail to understand this logic. I will find someone of higher intelligence to scan. That may have saved our guy. Let's see. Ooh, we could install a scrap gatherer. Or a repair arm. What do you guys think? Scrap or repair? One. Yeah. So we have to collect 500 scrap to pay for that. Repair arm sounds pretty good. It does. Right now we have 2 for the scrap arm though. We're gonna get the scrap arm. We can get one of these as well. Nothing we really need, though. It looks like this lab can't use the clone bay to be upgraded, because it says specifically the level 2 med bay. But I'm not really too concerned about getting that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Holy cow. Well, 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 if it isn't just the ship of the hour. I just had a client come by and pay me a handsome sum to kill you. Though, I'll make you a unique deal. Pay me the same rate and I'll let you go. 26 scrap to let me go. They have teleporters. They have some sort of flak gun. And a laser. I don't know if we could survive this, guys. We have 10 hull. And only 35% dodge and 2 shields. Yeah. I'd love to be able to see what they have, though. But I can't see us. Yeah, if we had more hull, I think we could possibly pull it off. Yeah, we made the right decision. That's a bummer. Hey, there's an NG store. Mind control? Oh, jeez. And it takes over our shield guy. Oh, no shields. Just this green one. I don't think Collider does. Yeah. Why does Collider go through those shields? That's interesting. Not gonna argue. Get out of here. All right. Nine hull. Let's risk it. Oh my gosh. A Harmony and a Separatist ship are facing off, but surprisingly there is no battle going down. Instead, they are talking. You tune into their dialogue. This equals nonsense. Decisions equals too important to be decided in this fashion. We are NG. You are NG. Should not fight. Other means for conflict are logical. Confirmed. However, question equals unanswered. Why basketball? What? Earth media show that athletic activities are less harmful and more unifying methods of resolving conflict. Not disputed, yet Harmony would not approve. You are not attacking, and therefore must be hesitant in following the Harmony's orders. Encourage the conflicted NG to play basketball with the Separatists. Tell them violence is the only option, or don't get involved. Space Jam, yes. So play basketball, violence, or leave. 1, 2, or 3. 2? How did I know? Alright, so we have 2 so far. 1 and 1. Uh-oh. 2 and 2. Two and 3. Alright, it's looking like we're gonna tell them to fight. Or we're gonna fight. Uh-oh. 3 and 3. I may need to get one of those programs or whatever to track this. Uh-oh. 4 and 3. It looks like basketball it is. Yeah, the only problem with the poll is it takes too long. Unless I said it, I mean, even a minute's kind of a long time to wait. But a poll is a good idea too. You're right. All right, looks like it's 1. The basketball game between the two NG teams is certainly a novelty. Their robotic movements and precise aim make for an unusual experience. The Separative team clearly has more practice and skill. The result is a massive blowout, with the Separatists winning. As the losers, the Harmony team surrenders. Fortuitous result. We have won. The Harmony team must now attempt to assimilate into Separatist community. As an appreciation for your time, you may take a reward from their stores. Couple of drones and 25 scrap. Okay. The Mantis store. We could have our NG crew ask for free drone parts. Sure. And let's use those drone parts to heal up some of our hull. Dr. Drone. Heals nearby allies for 7 hit points per second. That's neat. See, maintenance, defense mark 2, teleporter, do some repairs. Drone control comes with a free battle drone. Deconstructor, special component that allows you to disassemble missiles or drone parts into scrap. Okay. Shield jammer. Lowers the enemy shields by 2 bars. Lasts for 45 seconds. Signal diluter. Oh, nice. Prevents ABS backup or disables enemy attack satellites. And provides helpful blue options. Nice, Lawman. I was thinking about that too. That was pretty good. Or we have a conservative laser. Uses no power, but charges in 18 seconds. Oof. The Nyx missiles. Defense drones cannot see these. Plus 100% accuracy. Does extra damage against systemless rooms. And doesn't reduce cloak timer. That's nice. Preemptive Ion Blast. Uses no power, charges instantly, and fires a strong ion beam capable of taking out enemy shields very effectively. However, it can only be shot once per combat. Ion damage 5. Wow. That's interesting. Well, I definitely think we should do some repairs. Could probably sell the defense drone. We're not getting good weapon options, unfortunately. Defender Drone Mark II would be kind of nice, though. I don't think we could afford it. Let's see, 70. That would take us down to 11. Let's see, 36. 63. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to afford it. Unless we sold the anti-personnel drone. But would that give us the last 14? We could try it. Sweet, it does. But we do need a lot more power, and an additional power for that, though. But that's what the scrap arm's for, right? I don't think that does anything. Yeah. Merchants are not highly respected among the Mantis race, so few undertake the profession. You're mildly surprised to receive an advertisement for a nearby space dock. Might be worth looking into. We'll have our Mantis crew help us dock safely. You are seeming ally. Okay, I'm trading with you. Making profit, rewarding as killing prey. Well, not as much. Death is very fun. Okay. Shrapnel missile. I think we may have seen that before. Another irradiation bomb. Hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Extra cargo slots. Yeah, we're totally Mantis. Merchant beacon? Can summon a store at any empty beacon at the cost of 1 fleet boost. Wow. That's cool. Targeting jammer weakens the enemy system by 2 for 45 seconds. Doesn't work on artillery. EMP field cripples the enemy reactor, but is quite heavy on our own. Uses 3 power and 1 fuel, lasts for 45 seconds. But it doesn't say how it cripples. But that is pretty neat. Okay. It is break time, guys. This may be the last break we take. Probably. So give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back. Alright guys, thank you for your patience. Okay, we made it. And yes, we've got one scrap, sky's the limit. We can explore. You receive a hail from a station orbiting a nearby planet. Captain, we are Federation Terraforming Team W82 and are in need of assistance. Do you have some time? Yeah, sure. Thank you. We need to scan this planet for life before we can begin terraforming. But our sensors can't get the necessary power to scan through the atmosphere. We've got a schedule to keep. Any chance you can help? Sure. Let's use our long-range scanners. Gosh. Complete scan of the planet reveals no life signs other than a single ship on the surface. The terraformers thank you for your help and attempt to contact the ship. Just as you're about to jump away, the ship takes off and attacks. Seems like it was a Duskbringer fugitive. You get ready for combat. What do you want to do? Oh, I meant to tap 2. Excuse me? Take that. Alright, we have a whole bunch of things ready to go. Let's see. Actually, flip that. Got him. Don't get all choked up on me. Aboard the Duskbringer ship, you find many strange artifacts and Zoltan devices, but nothing that looks like you could use. You settle with scrapping the ship. Nice! The puns hurt more than the guns. I love it. Hey, that was a lot of scrap, though. Good job, guys. Good job. What's the sector? Sector 3? I think, or 4. Sector 3, yes. We have not died yet. Oh, neutral to NG again. More puns! We're the best crew ever. You guys are the best crew. Alright, excavation territory? Or coalition frontier? Hazard or hostile? Hazards of Duke. That would be interesting. We're gonna have to really upgrade our ship. Coalition's florals. That would be tough to do crew kills, at least with suffocation. Well, it looks like we have 2 hazards so far. Hazard could mean better loot. Potentially. Just because we have more jumps we can go on. Less stores, yep. So we have 1 and 2 so far as the choices. Right now we're looking at hostile. Oh no, I'm sorry. I had that backwards. We have 2 and 1, I believe. Oh, yeah, everyone's picking Hazard. My bad. Okay. Alright, Hazard it is. I don't... Yeah, I'm not gonna need that. Alright, so we're just gonna get here. Mineral-rich asteroid belts. Uh-oh. A couple small pebbles pass by, clanging against your hull. It's a bit unsettling, but fortunately harmless. The same can't be said about everything here, but hopefully the loosely organized inhabitants of this sector won't pay you too much mind. It is a cool track, yeah. There is a poll functionality. I don't know about YouTube, though. Oh yeah, there is. Start a poll. My only concern is taking too long to get the poll to finish. But I could start trying it for both Twitch and YouTube. Fleet delayed by 1 jump. Alright. Yeah, that's for sure. We really need scrap to start building up our shields and engines. Plus, we need another power here for the drone. I could put... I can add one here. But I don't have enough power to run the drone anyway. I'd have to get at least one more engine. Do it. Okay, a slug store. Possible ship and an asteroid field. Oh, weird. Where's the We lost the lines. I wonder if that's because of this territory? Or does it turn off on Sector 4? Well, that's interesting. I think we should avoid this asteroid field. I don't... until we can get the drone up, dealing with a ship while dealing with asteroids is going to be pretty rough. More teleporting. Strangely, renegades and mercenaries rarely get along. To the mercs, renegades lack the honor and distinction the Syndicate brings them. The nearby ship seems to have taken the difference personally and lunges towards you. Oh gosh. Take that. No. That'll teach you. Really? We killed the mercenary scum, leaving you to decide the fate of their ship. Wow, 40 scrap and a battle drone. Heck yeah. Oh, guess I should turn oxygen back on. This guy was fine. Alright. So we can upgrade that and get one of those guys. Actually, let's get a second. That way we can just drop like one from here and toss a defense drone out. Breathing's for losers. You're immediately contacted by the settlement. Hello, travelers. Your ship seems to be outfitted for combat. Care to take up a bit of mercenary work? We'll listen. The space dock is under assault from the rebels. Although the dock is technically illegal within their laws, it's very important for our trade. We'll pay you in fuel and scrap if you promise to save them. Sure. And there come the big bucks. Ah, man. Oh, wait. Why do we have lines now? Weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wonder if it's because they were delayed or something. Maybe they were slowed down, so like there was no threat. That looks dangerous. A small Eargen transport hails you. their leech captain bleeding from a long gash down its back. You can help us. We're supposed to be taking these back to the capital, but some pirates got in our way and stole the cargo. We're in no fighting order, but maybe you can get it back for us. Are we gonna help some leeches? $1 a breath. Great. We had a tracking beacon in the cargo and those idiots seem to have grabbed it themselves. Shouldn't be too hard to track them down. Yes, we'll help. Oh, it's way up there? Interesting. They're lying! Well, I kind of don't want to sell resources at this point, so I'm not going to do that. So let's see what he's offering. Holy cow. Alright, let's start up here. Old Burst Mark II. Shot radius 52. Okay. Old Pegasus. Man, that thing's all damaged. Raw Mine Launcher. Gosh, power 4. They got a lot of broken things here. Yeah, 7 shields plus is Zoltan. Yeah. Frost Flak. I think we might have seen this one before. Locks it down for 12 seconds, though. 4 shots. Fire Flak. Fires 4 flaming projectiles that have an increased chance to start a fire. 80%. 4 shots, 15 seconds. 3 power, though. I don't know. That's a lot of fire. Pre-flak? Requires no power. Can only be shot once per combat. But 7 shots. That's an awesome early salvo. Or a good way to get our other shots in once they charge up. Huh. That's it. Well, we don't have the scrap to buy anything anyway. Thank you, sir. That was interesting. A Confederate terraforming station hails you. Looking for a place to shop? You may be in luck. While in the process of evaluating this planet as a new candidate for hosting a garden world, we found an abandoned pirate colony. We have no use for this stuff, so we're selling it off to anyone interested. Come in and shop. By the way, certain decisions you make or certain actions you take can affect your standing with certain factions and stuff. I haven't quite played enough to really see how that affects things, but like if we were to attack this station, the Confederation or the Confederates would probably like us less. That could potentially affect things later on. I'm not totally sure what all that does, but it's something to keep in mind. Gotcha, Dark. Yeah, I can see that being the problem. And Burst Laser 3 was very expensive. It took too long anyway. We can actually see if we could check the ruins ourselves. Yeah, let's try that out. We found one whole fuel. I'm not going to search again. Let's go shopping. Nice. So there is a leech we can hire, but we don't have scrap for it. And then they have a vamp weed as well. Alright, so they have Artemis, they have a Phase 1, or Phaser Mark 1. We've seen that before. Would be nice. Heavy Spore Launcher. Takes 1 missile. Chance for ammo replication, 25%. Does 4 system damage and 40% breach chance. The spore weapons are kind of nice. I've kind of messed with those a little bit. Unfortunately, I think we need to buy some fuel. We are starting to run a little low. Let's do some repairs. All right. Union Station. A small Union refinery is operating away from all the asteroids. Though they mostly just process raw ores, you can probably pay them to refine some of your scrap. Attack the refinery! Hey Ralph, good afternoon. How are you doing today? We'll just ignore him. Gotcha. That makes sense. As soon as you arrive, a Zoltan science vessel hails you, deeply concerned. It is a woeful day, Captain. You must help us. Despite Ordnance Section C671-023W-B, or maybe it was C, not B. Regardless, despite being in violation of very important rulings, a nearby Confederate outpost has had the audacity to pollute this region, and it has endangered a very rare species of completely useless asteroid-borne microbacteria no one cares about. This cannot stand. Getting ready for that spring rotation? Nice. Getting that garden ready? Let's offer to help. Oh, thank goodness. I was afraid I'd have to do something for myself for once. Well, here are the coordinates. Do whatever it is you renegades do, and go murder them or something. You make your way to the outpost, which is protected by a single ship. We can try to explain to the Vampweeds. Or we can do what we do best. Let's we'll do what we do best. Words are for pansies. Get it? That was pretty good, actually. Your job as a mercenary is to kill, and kill you shall, in the name of useless microbacteria. Notoriety increased. Confederacy. Uh-oh. Confederacy likes us less. Whoops. Your actions here, justifiable or not, will not reflect well in the eyes of the Confederacy or its citizens. Continuously perform actions like this and you might start to see negative reactions from the Confederacy and its allies. Alright, maybe I should have tried to talk. My bad. So here's another option that we now have because of this battle drone. We can toggle it for defense or offense. I'm not going to be using it for either, so it doesn't really matter. Do nothing. Let's drop one of these and get a defense drone out. Hey, no teleporter. Wow. Okay. Well, that's not good. And I don't know if we're going to be able to take this out alive. Really, game? Yeah, it's going down. Sorry. Alright, contact the Zoltan. No way! We got the asphyxiator! Heck yeah! Okay, so now that we have the asphyxiator, we really need to get more power. Yeah. Once you arrive at the beacon, you detect a rebel scout assaulting a compound on a nearby desolate moon. Engage the rebels. Alright, disable enemy oxygen. So I don't know how much they have. That looks like a beam weapon. That looks like potentially a 3-shot laser. So I don't think we need to activate our defense drone. So it takes 3 power to limit their oxygen bar by 1, 4 by 2. I think we could play it safe and limit it by 2. Actually, let's just do 1. I kind of doubt they'll have it up to level 2. Yeah, we knocked it out. So now they're just going to lose oxygen throughout the fight. So now we just need to mainly take out their weapons. Rebels go. Well, I'll be. Oh, I guess I could be shooting that. Too late. Well, nice knowing you guys. Hey, we got some hull repair. Nice. Thank you. I don't know what we do to anger the rebels, but they were ready to kill us. I'll show you our goods and patch up your hull. Oh, so we have a ghoul. Not really supernatural, but these vagabond ghosts are made of highly combustible gases that can ignite at any moment. Takes no damage from hazards, 80 HP, 0.8 times speed, and it can phase through doors. So periodic ability, when it's below 80 HP, ignites a fire in the current room. And it sabotages at 1.3 times speed. That's pretty cool. I haven't dealt with these guys yet. So, pretty good for boarding, but we're not really boarding. Particle missile. Jeez, 20-second charge, but 6 system damage. Glaive beam, we all know that thing's very strong. Light laser Mark 1. Requires 1 power. 1 shot. Oh, I was messing with this last night too. It's a 4-second charge time, and at full skill, it's like 2.8 seconds to shoot. So it's almost like a slightly slower Vulcan cannon. Like, it's just fast enough to keep 1 shield bar or bubble away. Yeah, this is kind of nice. And then all this fun stuff. I like our weapon setup for now, so I think we should focus on upgrading our ship. So to get a 3rd bubble, we need 120 scrap plus power. We don't have that. But we can dodge better. And then actually, let's get another power. Alright, so we're at 40%. That's pretty decent. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as we don't double will be fine. Still no food court? Still no food court. Alright. Let's track down the murderers. There's a lunatic mantis. Merry day, Captain. You are coming here to claim great bounties too? Are you killing theocracy miners? The rock men are not asteroids. Alright, hold on. I gotta read this. Huh? Not knowing what you were talking of. We come here to harvest rocks. Many rocks. They tell us. A kill rock. It gives you fuel. And when I'm hearing this, I thinking to myself, this is making greatest profits. You are saying words is wrong? Truth be, we not finding any fuel. Doing nothing wrong, I'm thinking. Nope, you're doing just fine. Oh no. You've been terribly mistaken. The Rockmen are not asteroids. What? You're saying there is a rock and man? Is this why screaming and running when I slice them open? Huh? Revolutionary ideas. You think big smart. Biggest smarter even. Some days I wishing I have biggest smart. So I come with you and hoping knowledge coming off with me. Wow. Oh, jeez. That was funny. We now have 2 mantis, yep. He does have an ability, temporarily greatly increases speed and damage. Yeah, it kind of does, Lawman. I think I know who you're talking about. A full boarding crew. Yeah, now we just need to get the boarding teleporter. Oofson? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Alright. Another distress. Let's see. Yeah. Warehouse was hit by debris. Let's risk our ship to save the miners. What could go wrong? We rescue as many miners as possible. We took 5 damage. Gosh, okay, 3 fuel, 15 scrap, and another crew member. Unfortunately, I don't really see us getting rid of this, anyone for this guy. Unless someone that has someone wants to swap out their character. Yeah, I mean, the rocks are good. But I like the setup we have now. He's good at engines, but the flowers are engine guy. But being able to produce oxygen is pretty nice. Alright, thanks, Lawman. Awesome. Well, maybe they used to be. I mean, unless, like Chris or Sev, if you want to swap out your human. But we are losing... We're losing a lot of skill if we do that. Yeah, I mean, there are better sub-factions as well. But I'm good not keeping this guy. Sounds good, Chris. Yeah, they're pretty good. You'll swap? No, I'm good with the NG because you have a lot of repair speed and reduced suffocation damage. I'm good keeping the NG. Sorry, Naomi. That's a weird spelling for that. Nomi? No, me. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to go a little bit quicker. You like being an NG? I don't blame you. Alright, we found the pirate ship. Be careful not to damage the cargo. We'll limit it by 1. Nice. And of course they're gonna teleport. So he phased right in. Oh, I couldn't stop it in time. Oh, I didn't like the sound of that. And I don't have 3 power to switch over to defense too. I can maybe 1, 2, 3. Oh, shoot. We're not getting this alive. I shouldn't have disabled the shields. Alright, maybe we are. Fire! Oh, man. That was close. Alright, defeated the pirates. We got some good salvage. Oh! Do we contact the leeches or do we steal it? Thanks! Let's see. Our win, our loot. Oh, No. Alright, pulls are up. There are leeches, of course we steal it. Of course. I couldn't see the timer for the YouTube one. So I guess I'll end it when which one ends. All right, steal the cargo. Yeah, I mean that was also the other reason why I was kind of leaving off polls. Not everyone votes. Looks like keep the loot one though. You open up the cargo and find it contains a drone, a combat drone Mark 1 beam. Nice. Yep, there goes our defense drone. Alright, we can explore. Ooh, do we attack the pirate? Looks like they have a small beam weapon and something bigger, but potentially not too bad. It's a pirate bomber. But that doesn't look like a bombing weapon. We'll attack. Alright, we'll limit by 1 again. Hopefully that's enough. Yep. Holy cow. Alright. Power that up. Whoops. Okay. Oof. Put you there. You help repair. Actually, no. You come here. You do that. Ah, take that. Got him. Cool. Disabled. Piracy can never be forgiven. Two. Oh, yeah, that was their drone. We're not using a drone right now. Uh-oh. Alright, this is gonna be tricky. Okay, very nice. Nice. See ya. That was close. Whew. All right, good scrap. Contact the settlement. Hey, yeah, we'll take it. Notoriety decreased in general. We've done a good deed in the eyes of the Federation. Nice. GG, you guys. Oh, dang. I think we can start this new sector, but I'm gonna have to wrap it up probably before we go anywhere. Let's see, sector choice. Exactly. All right, 1 minute, guys. Yeah, I think it does, but they're both unique. So 1 is guild territory, which is a hazard. 2 is Confederate homeworlds, which is neutral. I'm not super familiar with guild. And it doesn't give us any information. Number 1 is the choice. Okay. We have the scrap to talk to the forge guy, forge master, but we kind of need to boost our shields and stuff. Alright, guild territory. It's a nebula, so we're going to get to jump around quite a bit. Exotic Hunters Guild, threat level low. That's good. It's the gathering spot of the EHG, the Exotic Hunters Guild. It's part of the kleptocracy still. They hold a large amount of territory. Oh, we may end up on their list of prized hunts. Nice. You arrive in the guild territory. Your arrival in guild territory has been all but a few minutes past, but you're already on edge. The EHG isn't inherently hostile to the Federation, but your ship would make a fine addition to their hangars collection. All the same, you might be able to make some friends here as well. Hunting Lodge. Do we go aboard? Do we attack, or do we ignore it? It does sound exciting, yeah. I'm good with going aboard. They have 3 weapons that we can see. And they suffocate at half speed. 1. That's a good question. I guess we'll find out. You step into the lodge and are greeted by a pleasant aroma of exotic spices, most of which are illegal to own in Federation territory. There's pleasant chatter from the guests all around, and while most are slugs, there's several other races here too. The crowd doesn't seem to notice or care that you're here, which is a good sign. We could start a bar fight. But we can look around to see if someone has something to sell. Get the hell out of Lodge. Nice. I say we find something to sell. 2? Why am I getting a bunch of 2s? Bar fight? I don't have time for this, guys. I don't think I can save in the middle of a fight. I really gotta go. Maybe next time we could try a bar fight. 'Cause I don't think I can save in the middle of a fight. But let's see if they have something to sell. Follow Sylvan. Oh, I did this quest last night. This is kind of neat. So there's the Salt Man. That's friends with Sylvan. Yeah, we can accept it. And then he's gonna sell some stuff. Hey, Sam Squat. I could have done a different option, but I could show you guys how to get the ship. Colonel weapons are cool. A lot of them have ammo replication, and most of them are considered like a missile, so they pierce shields. Chain Colonel. It does require missiles, but it has an okay chance to replicate. But man, you can get this down to 2 seconds. It's not bad. Colonel Pulse, yeah. An Elite Colonel Mark II. Guaranteed stun. 50% chance for ammo replication. It's not bad. And then we have spore launchers as well. Yeah. Kind of interesting. Oh gosh. Alright, crystal weapons. These are pretty nice. If you're familiar with vanilla. We could have taken them? Probably could have. Neural crystal? Wow, good. Pretty good stun chance. Charge time 6 seconds, that's not bad. Only 1 power? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good weapon. Elite Crystal Charger? Fires up to 2 shield-piercing crystals. Oh, you have to let it charge. Okay. Shield-piercing too, though. That's really good. Locks down a room it hits. Sentries. Deploys a temporary sentry in the room of impact, which will heal allied crew in crew drones at a rate of 6 HP per second and provide damage resistance. Cryo sentry. It halves the movement and repair speed of enemy crew. Nano sentry. Damages enemy crew at a rate of 7 hit points for 20 seconds. Wow. These are really cool weapons. I was messing with one last night that clones a human and they fight, but it didn't take missiles. Yeah. We're really gonna miss out on some great weapons here. That's a bummer. Yeah, we really need to upgrade our shields. Alright, we'll do that next time, though. Yeah, we're making clones in our spare time. Alright, guys. So, what'd you guys think so far? We're only into Sector 4. So, I guess we're not going to be doing a lot of runs when we do this. Unless you guys want me to start skipping reading. It was fun and great? Awesome. Hey, thanks, Stark. I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun playing this with you guys. Yeah, this looks like it could be really interesting. It seems to be pretty slow going because I'm reading everything. But if you guys are cool with that, I'm cool with it. You know, there's a lot of cool things to read. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna look into getting something for option choosing that's a little bit quicker. Reading's cool? Good. Yeah, how was the stream, by the way? Like, was it looking like it was kind of lagging every few seconds or so? And if there was any, was it annoying enough that it took away from it? The stream was fine. Okay, so maybe playing the game kind of fixes the issue we had at startup. Because if you weren't here at the start, I spent almost an hour trying to troubleshoot what was going on. And basically, like every 2 or 3 seconds, the stream would lag for just an instant, maybe like half a second. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. I tried lowering settings. Couldn't get it to stop. Even restarting the computer didn't fix it. Sounds good, Sev. Sounds good, man. But okay, sounds good then. Maybe leaving the main menu kind of fix things up a bit. I don't know. Actually, I think I'm seeing it happen a little bit. Regardless, let's get a raid in because I really have to go. So let's see who we can raid real quick. But yeah, I'm really glad you guys enjoyed this because I had a real good time playing it. There is a mod I can add if you guys would like that adds way more shifts. Like, way more. Awesome, guys. I appreciate it.
warned the crew to stay away from the Advent meat rations. We still don't know what they're putting in that stuff.
Oh, here we go.
Bye, have a great time.
We'll go ahead and raid Vault Dweller again. Oh, and he had a bot a little while ago. But he's playing some Long War Rebalance. Alright guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. The next 2 Saturdays, we won't be able to stream. So it's just going to be on the Sundays, most likely. And I think next weekend we'll probably do XCOM. Unless you guys would rather see this. You guys could let me know in Discord. I'm good either way. I am looking forward to moving on to XCOM 2, though. So moving forward on that would be awesome. But I'm good playing this again as well. I'd like to play this a lot, just so I can experience it as well. Especially new with you guys. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and head out. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.